1. Good morning once again, honorable members and stakeholders present, our officials from Parliament, STP, and your team. Honorable members, I think we have already done the first part of our session for today, which is the oversight of the dome, checking the readiness and also getting the explanation or presentation from the project manager, Samtanda. I'm told that Samtanda. So, and also appreciating that the contractor is a woman. I don't see her. Um, I don't see the contractor here. Or she's outside? On site? Okay. No, I see. So we have seen whatever that we have seen there on the site, and has agreed that there are some questions that we couldn't be able to raise there, and we said let's pack them, then we'll further receive a formal presentation other than that one of on the side from Samtana. So I think that is the purpose of this session. Then we'll also having in terms of our agenda, before I hand over to the contractor, the committee to check if there is any apology, Cindy, and from our side, I see there was this apology from the deputy chief whip, but let me just check with you if you have received any an apology from any member. Okay.
Good morning, members and guests. We received apologies from Mr. Lechanyane, Mr. Wessels, and Mr. Hadebe, and from the Deputy Chief Whip, Maid Lakude. We also received an apology from the Chair of the NCOP and from the Minister of Public Works, Chair.
Okay, I see Ms. Ellen Mayer and Ms. Clark and Honorable Kalibi.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to
Start the side first.
Oh,
okay.
Good morning, Chair, co-chairs, and good morning to my colleagues present here. Apparently, I didn't hear, but the speaker had tendered her apologies as she was swearing in some members and also long-standing meetings that were confirmed prior to the date. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's an apology for Member Badenhorst as well as Member Hunsinger. Thank you.
thanks, Chair. Apology for TG, Honorable Maodwe.
Okay, thanks very much, honourable members. I think you already know that we have a standing resolution on the co-chair, Lekanyani, who's busy with the ad hoc committee, that should it happen that we have this kind of a meeting, and while the ad hoc committee is continuing, then Honorable Darkmore will stand in. So he's now the co-chair of the meeting today. I know Mr. Mkai will now be happy because he's been questioning me to say, even if Honorable Kanyan is not here, there's no way that it can be one person in terms of the standing rules. Thank you. Honourable members, allow me to now hand over to the project manager. I must also indicate after the presentation and questions from honourable members, then we'll be recusing yourselves and the team for the committee members to continue with the proceedings of the day. So I'm not going to handle or deal with the issue of introductions. I hope we know each other since it's not the first time we meet each other now. So, and the project manager? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again to the co-chairpersons. Good morning to the honourable members. Good morning to the DG of Public Works and the SDP to Parliament. My name is Siamtanda Ndwandwa, representing the Department of Public Works as the project manager. I have with me my co-project manager, Akulule Ndonyana, and I also have my director projects, Ms. Kolele, who have been part of the project and also formulated the presentations for today with me. Honourable members, as explained on site, the physical walkabout, I'll just be touching on a few items throughout this presentation. I'll be succinct and moving relatively quickly through it, just to enhance what I have touched on site. Honourable members will be going through the contents of the presentation in terms of the purpose, the background and context, the scope of works, the progress to date, the dome construction costs, the project milestones, the dome pictures and recommendations. So the purpose of today is to update the committee on the progress of the Nieuwmeester Dome tenant installation as a temporary structure to host parliament events following SONA. As we know that this dome is put in place as part of the background now to provide the temporary accommodation while the permanent structure of the National and Old Assembly are being constructed by Parliament. So this decision was approved in 2024 by the Minister for these works to continue, and it's for the 2-year period while the restoration of the National Assembly is ongoing. Members, you will recall that we mentioned that this is a 3-phased approach, which the 2 phases had already been completed in terms of the transportation of the dome to Cape Town and the installation of the dome, which was used in the previous sittings by Parliament. Then the phase 3 encompasses our team's involvement in terms of redoing the dome and having it in a much more habitable space. Apologies, and also the incorporation of the parliamentary AV and broadcasting. So in terms of our progress to date, we are sitting currently on 90% completion, and we plan to complete by latest Monday with our snagging for the sitting that is coming on the 17th of February. So in terms of the scope, this is just to give more light to what you had seen on site. We have incorporated the scope into our dome, which is a rationalized scope to achieve the budget objectives of both Parliament and the Department of Public Works. So we have done the inspection of the dome, the structure, the skins replacement there too. The door frames, the closes, the stoppers, the fascias and the hooks were all serviced and replaced. We had sealed the bottom skirting of the dome. You would have seen when we were at the back of the dome by the ablution blocks, I had mentioned that this was an activity that we need to complete also. We've installed the girder structure for the services. That is the overhead structure in the chamber that houses the lights and things of a like, to also provide a more structural integrity to the dome. In terms of the civil works, there's the fire water supply, the new sewer line, and the water line connection that required us to have those way leave applications with the City of Cape Town. And as DG mentioned, this was expedited through the Office of the Minister. And we are now in a position where we can connect the water over the weekend and close up that part of the site. We also have electrical works, with the main power, as mentioned, to be the generator source for now. And then we have those wireways and DB boxes, which are at the top of the retaining wall at the back section, where I took the honorable members to have a view. And we also have concealed cables and socket lights. I just missed on site to show the honorable members all the sockets that are floor mounted underneath the tables for easy use and charging of gadgets while the sittings are ongoing. And then we have our mechanical works in terms of the air handling units for the fresh air, and also the floor standing units for the cooling and heating when necessary of the dome. In terms of fire compliance, as mentioned, we have our fire detection, our firefighting, and our fire rational plan, which was approved by the city. And in terms of commissioning, there too, we'll be doing that in the course of the weekend for further compliance for issuance to the City of Cape Town. In terms of site works, we do have those 2 escape stairs, which we had a glimpse of on site. That's for the escape route on the retaining side, the retaining wall side of the dome, out to the parking area. And then we have our road resurfacing, which is ongoing and is set to be complete by Tuesday. And then the artificial grass landscaping has come along also just to beautify the area to the outside and inside the dome in the pause area. And then in terms of the ablutions, which we viewed, there's 6 of those ablutions. 4 are actually 2 are for male, 2 for female, and there's 2 universal disabled facilities for paraplegic access. And those have all the sanitary fittings and the electrical and water supply. We also have the wastewater connection, which I alluded to under the civil works as well. In the dome, last time the members were there were standing on the tarmac, but today you are standing on a wooden floor that was constructed from new. And that has since been carpeted and made to be finished in that instance. We also have our stage and podium area as shown on site. Our balustrading is coming along and is due for completion tomorrow. We have our ramps, which we have constructed for universal access as well, all across the dome. We have our chamber, as mentioned, that houses 500 members, but currently about 506. And we have our partitioning and painting, which is part of our snag list for the back VIP rooms, as well as the chamber section of the dome and the pause area. So just to add also the gallery that we were standing on, as mentioned, it houses about 165 guests, but we will be looking at the possibility of adding more if there is enough space in that area. But for now, it's 165. So just to speak to the Parliament scope in terms of the AV and broadcasting, I mentioned a few elements that came onto site in terms of the screens and the cameras and the speakers and the control rooms that are at the back. But my colleague, Mr. Mashiko, will be elaborating more on that. Then, honorable members, this is the plan of the dome, as you have seen on site. This was built exactly to what you see on screen right now. It is just missing the furniture for the stage, which is being manufactured by our prestige office. And then the furniture for the holding rooms that you see at the back there is fittings that will be brought in by Parliament at a later stage, before we have the official sitting on the 17th of February. So the project had to undergo various rationalizations to bring the costs to a palatable state. So initially, the dome had committee rooms, as well as the permanent power from the city to be installed, and air conditioning and comfort air handling units throughout. Since then, the team has done some rationalization of that, in essence, to omit those items and provide a smaller scale rooms at the back for the speaker, the chairperson of the NCOP, and the president, and also use the generator power to provide the power to the dome. And then in terms of the secondary rationalization of the dome, was the omission of the acoustic ceilings, the smoking areas, the carport drop-off for the presidential protection services, the services in the back section, including the HVAC, the mini substation for the permanent power, and the hiring of the ablution blocks. It was much cheaper to rather have our own waterborne blocks than to hire. So that in essence is how we have augmented our scope to be in line with the budget that was given to us as Public Works. Furthermore, in our scope, we have omitted, and some of these items have been catered for under the Parliament scope, which Mr. Mashiko will be speaking to, is the ICT installations, the media, audiovisual, the specialist lighting. We do have lighting on site, so should there be a need for any other specialist lighting, that would be covered under there, under broadcasting. Any specialist heating over and above the HVAC that we've put in there, the parliamentary signage and banners, the CCTV access control and security installations, the perimeter fencing, which has been done by a separate contract. You would have seen that there are some clear view fencing panels on site that are being put up, and that is due for completion by Monday as well. In terms of the tables and chairs, it was not particularly part of this current contract scope. However, it was catered for under our prestige budget to provide that. And then furthermore was the suspended ceilings as mentioned, and the acoustic paneling, the proposed kitchenette at the back to keep the area simplistic, and the landscaping of the artificial grass, which was done on a separate contract. So, colleagues, in terms of progress to date, I think I won't really be going through the slide because I have given a full picture on site of what we have in terms of progress and where we are. As I mentioned, we are 90% done with the works. There's just the finalization of the snagging and the items that you have seen on site for completion by the 17th of February. In terms of the costs, so we had a infrastructure budget which included the professional fees of around 31 million initially. We have since got the contractor appointed at a less value, which amounted to 25 million rands. Honorable members, I must just mention that this is the initial budget for the project. As we know, construction has variations and things of alike, where the final account of the project is still to be established, where we would have a full picture of how much the cost of this project is. So just to sensitize, this is the initial budget that we had appointed the contractor on. Then, in terms of the timelines, we We have had the project running from the 12th of November 2025. We had handed over the site to the contractor for full access and completion of the works. They have since provided a program which was initially being completed on the 26th of January 2026. Due to the delays that OTG had alluded to and other items which had long lead times, we have since extended that program slightly just to be in line with Parliament's hosting of events. Henceforth, what you have seen on site is still some progress to be completed of the remaining 10% of the works, and then we'll have our handover for the parliamentary sittings thereafter. So just to add, we also have a defects liability period for the contractor to adhere to. So that's for any other works, small niggles here and there that need to be fixed after we have handed over to Parliament. For construction work, that normally runs about 3 months. And then for the mechanical equipment, that would run 12 months after that. So we could physically count from the date that we hand over to Parliament, which is next week, in terms of the completion of the works. We could allocate that timeline to that, taking us over to next year for the servicing and maintenance of the equipment. So some pictures of the dome before, honorable members. You'll recall that it was stripped down and then the servicing was done to the structure. And then we had the new skins come in and reconstructed on site. These were manufactured here in South Africa, in Durban, and delivered to Cape Town for installation over the November-December period. This was the dome initially before any internal fixtures were done. You can see the floor posts and the joists coming up in the bottom section of the pictures. In essence, this is what you were standing on today, honorable members. And then furthermore, you can see on the left side, that is the fire compliance. We have about 8 to 9 hose rails going all around the dome for firefighting. We also have fire extinguishers that go hand in hand with that. And then further pictures of the stage area and the screen. And then we have the generators there. As explained, there are 2 generators currently on site. We're expecting the 3rd one to come in next week for commissioning and finalization. The orange boxes are distribution boards that you would have seen on site. Those are for all the circuit breakers and switches for the electrical connections. And then we have our holding rooms passage that you see there at the bottom, and the 2 ablution blocks that we viewed in the front side of the dome. So, honorable members, I think in terms of the recommendation and to close the presentation for today, the purpose of this was for the committee to note the progress of the dome and where we are today in terms of the works done on site. And also, we wish for acceptance of the dome final product, which I think co-chair did mention that there would be another viewing possibly on Monday of the works, which we hope to attain approval thereof at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Samtand. Can you go to the slide 12? I think it's the 12. 12. Yes. I think that is the part, the where we went to the site at the parking there, because we said we couldn't explain because of the noise.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why we said he will explain it when
Okay.
we are here. So I just wanted to make it, put it to the members because it's one of the areas that you couldn't explain better. We just asked them, asked them to view and then you'll be able to explain what are those yellow containers there, especially in the meeting. So that's what I wanted to clarify to them.
Okay.
You did.
Okay. Should I? Okay. Thank you.
You can do it again, but you did. I wanted them to see that part. Honourable members, there's a presentation, and also noting that the request is on the final, the acceptance of the final product on Monday as agreed, that we must come back on Monday to assure the Parliament that indeed this dome is ready to be utilized for the debate of the state of the nation. Can I get some hands for questions? I see Honorable Marcassini, I see Kalipi, Honorable Maki, Honorable Clark, Bunga, Honorable Des, then Honorable, there's the last one, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just want to to start on the latter part, on the acceptance of the final report. Time and again, when he do presentation, he's saying later on Monday. So I'm not sure what time are we gonna go to view the dome. They must at least, if they say afternoon, estimate, or because part of another slide, when they were talking about the water, they are saying they are still working with the municipality to make sure we'll get some water by Monday, and it's Friday today. So are they going to work over the weekend to make sure everything when we arrive on Monday afternoon? But I don't think we'll make it. If they would say Monday, I don't think during the day, early hours will work for us. Maybe it can be afternoon, if they can make assurance for us.
Okay. Now, we are the co-chair. You will be the last. We are leading now. Thanks, Chair. No, thanks for the presentation, and I think it was an eye-opener to go and visit the site, because most of the time presentation are misleading. I'm not saying I'm misleading, siyamthanda, sisakuthanda namanje. But thanks God that we started from their side. I think Honorable Dagmo also raised the very same question that Member Marquesin is raising, the readiness for Tuesday. So where we are sitting, I don't think we'll be fully ready to utilize the dome on Tuesday, unless if you can assure us that you are going to work 24 hours until Tuesday morning. Because, Chair, you'll agree with me, members, when they go and view something, they want to feel in touch. We don't want to be told that, no, we're still installing this thing, we want to go and check which is working or is not working. For instance, we are not technical people. We are people of practicality as members of parliament. So today it was well and good to go and check after the last time we went, but it's not 100% ready. So therefore, I agree with Komisa Mandisa to say, let us have a specific time where can we go, and I also suggest not in the morning in order to allow you to finish whatever needs to be finished. The second concern, Chair, of which I know DG explained it when we were there, the issue of transformer stroke generators is beyond their control, but I think we need to talk to the city of Cape Town. They can't do what they want to do in order for them to gain more in terms of profit instead of trying to solve the problem. We are all in this problem because of the fire that took place in Parliament. But it can't be that now we have to be subjected to use the generators instead of the transformer, because it will be very expensive, and after that they want to still gain more in terms of profit. I think as a co-chair there, as leadership there, I trust you. We must also have another way or form of engaging City of Cape Town, because this thing of generators is not going to work for us. As we were there, it's making a lot of noise. I even took the DG inside to say to DG, look, is the aircon that is also causing problems in terms of those noises? Can you imagine if there's wind? So already the generators are causing problems. But the explanation that was given by the DG to say that they can't go in the route of getting transformer because they'll be expected to take back the transformer to the city of Cape Town. It's 3.4 million. So I'm suggesting, Chair, that let us have another approach to engage the city of Cape Town on these things of the generator. The last one, Chair, I'm glad that you said let us go to see at the back of those generators. The area that we are standing is the parking. If it's the parking, how many people are going to be accommodated, etc., etc. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation and updates on the question of the dome. I just want to first raise, Chair, that so far I think the team have managed to arrive, at a particular destination. I was very skeptical when it was just like a skeleton. When the issue of time and that it was going to be delivered, I had my own reservation. So I want to say, Sia, because we are the one that is leading now. We are given that responsibility. Keep it up. I think so far you have made up in terms of the promise that you have made. Indeed, in terms of the intervention that you are raising, that this is an intervention that in trying to curb the question of costs that we could have interfaced with, should have not taken this particular path. I think it is assisting the people of South Africa instead of pumping money. But I want to say to you, STP, through your chair, please, STP, continue with the finalization of the structure, because this is an intervention. We can't talk the dome without putting pressure to you, STP, because ultimately we want to go and occupy our position. Also, going back to the dome, there is a serious improvement. I must say it. In terms of when you compare the one that we had previously, that was improved to this one, it tells you that at least in terms of these interventions, of this interim intervention, there are improvements. The question of noise, indeed, I was also, raising as to how are you going to manage this crisis, but as the explanation was given regarding, and also the question of aircons, because it was too hot, the previous one. But with this one, you can see that those aircons are not even going to interrupt us, because previously we had a situation where we couldn't, tolerate the level of heat when we were trying to do the work of Parliament. So now, I'm optimistic. I might be wrong, but in terms of the time, because in terms of the time that you've promised, you will be delivering, and with what have been left, and also the days, I'm still optimistic, DG, that you will be able to achieve. Come Monday, we'll be able to hand it over. We will just allow you that specific time to do, your work. I know. I'm not saying that you must do wonders or magics, but continue to do what we have started as you promised. The last part is around the question of Monday. I think I support what has been raised. Just the afternoon time, so that you are given enough time to seal it up on Monday with enough time, because I know Monday will be just as a polishing for you. You've displayed the necessary capacity. During December time, you could have came up with the excuses. I know December time is family time. You are human beings, as human rights people, but the intervention that we have made so far, I think I'm comfortable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, before Honorable Clark comes in, I apologize for not raising this before Honorable Marquesini, yeah, and Honorable Kalipi. We want to propose, like as you correctly indicated, that at least it should not be early uh, hours, like our meeting, like in the morning. So how about 4 o'clock? So I'm throwing it to you, so that as you will be deliberating, just talk about that. To say yes, 4 o'clock is fine, or it can. Yes, there is a 5 then. It's fine. So whoever's gonna talk, let's also emphasize the time so that it should be our resolution. Honorable Clark? Kalipi?
Chair, there's one point that I want to add on my presentation, but I just indicated to the co-chair, would you please,
Okay.
maybe you'll decide after the honorable member or no?
Yes, you're coming. Honorable Clark?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I must also echo my colleague's sentiment that just spoke. I think you've done an enormous good job. And when you work on big construction sites, and I'm well aware of those kind of sites because we're involved in the construction industry as well, you've always got snag lists at the end of a project. It's a standard thing with every project that you do. And if you can, tell us that you're 100% confident that you are able to deal with your snag list before Tuesday, that would settle my mind. Because I am concerned if you can't get finished, that we should have Plan B in place in case that happens. But obviously, we don't want that unnecessary expenditure. So if you could just confirm that. And then I think I must also echo that coming in under budget is an unheard of thing in government these days. Because when you go to, I'm on the health committee and we go to these hospitals and they never ever come in under budget. So that's commendable that you were able to do that because things change in the construction environment and it's sometimes just not easy to do that. Then, STP, I would like to ask that we get a report what running generators and the cost of those generators are versus getting proper power supply from the city over a period of time so that we as a committee can also settle our minds in terms of those cost effectiveness because we do want to recoup the money we've invested in the Dome, and I can assure you it would be a very popular venue for conferences, weddings, etc. But I certainly wouldn't want to get married in that Dome with the noise of those generators. That would put me completely off wanting to rent that venue. So I think it's necessary for us to get a report on a cost over a period of time because I think if we're going to rent that out, we're certainly going to have to deal with the noise of the generators. And then also, just in terms of when the fire took place 4 years ago, and it would be very good to get a report to this committee what was spent since 2022 on venue hires, costs transporting staff, members, etc., over that period of time, just to see what the costs were involved during that period of time for the committee in terms of interest sake. Thank you very much.
Honorable Clark, that question of yours, the last one, how does it relate to the?
Thank you, Chairperson. Doesn't relate to the Dome, but it certainly relates to
Can
us
you
as a
focus
committee.
on the issue,
Okay.
please?
As long as we can get
Thank
that
you.
in
Can
a
you
further
focus
meeting.
on the issue
Yeah. Thank
that
you.
we are? Thank you. Honorable Hadebe? Bunga? Are you fine?
Okay, Chair. Thank you so much. No, I'm covered.
So you are ready to get married there in the dome?
More than ready, Chair.
More than
to-
ready.
Yes,
Thank you.
for the second, third, and fourth.
Okay. Honorable Des?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by welcoming the presentation, but also the progress that we have noted during the site visit. It's also thing, I mean, to always be subjected to an experience of a BE, success stories of BE and black economic empowerment, more especially when it comes to women. That's why we are here, among other things. I know some people are opposed to it, but for some of us, it's so soothing to be told that the project is led by a woman, you know. So, truly speaking, I was impressed. But I must indicate, if you look into the last presentation, it's unfortunate the executive, they are not here, both the minister or the deputy minister, because the accounting officers are here. We appreciate that. There was an undertaking that the project will be delivered on a certain date, and we were assured, with or without snacks. So I think it should come out explicitly clear in any report or presentation that there were deviation from because we are speaking here in as far as issues of accountability. You can't come and say this story and the next thing story changed and you are not clear on why the story changed. So please, when you report, emphasize why the deviation on your initial, because these things are being recorded, you know. Secondly, Chair, maybe this one will be directed to yourself, and unfortunately, you are your co-chair. Your co-chair, I know, is very uncomfortable, Chair. He wants to be this side. In terms of the act that enjoined the Parliament to establish this committee, this is the committee that must hold the executive accountable in as far as that project is concerned. But what happened is that I'm not sure how the committee was involved when the so-called handover was conducted. I raised the question on the group and I never received an answer. Because from an accountability point of view, it's us who must account to our constituencies about the progress on the project. But when the handover was done, I'm not sure to what extent were you engaged as the leadership of this committee that is, of course, established by the provision of the Act. Because what we saw there is the committee was not necessarily officially involved in that handover process. But I'm also not sure what was handed over because the project is not complete. But I hear the DG as accounting officer try to explain. But still, the message that is out there in the public, and then it will bring the likes of Tatem Lotto on board. What was communicated? Because what was the impression that was created by that handover was that the facility is ready to be used. Pardon my layman language, because the root of the matter is that the public out there knows that this project has been handed over. But you see, from an accountability point of view, the committee that is responsible to make sure that what is handed over is proper was not even involved in that process. It's only now that we are being involved, and the communication that went out. But Natamloto maybe might clarify from a communication point of view. What did they communicate? Because the impression that was created, they didn't have those details that we are handing over this from public works to Parliament. No. It was like we are handing over the dome for usage. That is what the public is sitting with, and that's what some of us are sitting with. That's why I asked the question, but how does this happen without us doing the last inspection as the committee that is having the mandate? Lastly, Chair, from my side, as promised, I hope at some stage the Executive Authority will present to this committee, firstly, how this dome will be utilized beyond November, because November we're supposed to be using now our fully fledged, what we call restored parliament. The plan, how it's going to be utilized, maintenance, we need that robust plan. So as we don't come at a tail end and start interrogating those things. I think at some stage, through your leadership, let's get that presentation from the executive as to how that, because we are not doing well in managing our asset as a state. I was somehow happy to hear that there's a vision of focusing on how we use as a state assets, because we have a lot of assets, not only here in South Africa, even international, that we are not using to the benefit of this nation, So I was happy to hear in the state of promises yesterday that one of the promise that was made is that we are going to have a unit that will be dealing with the management of state assets. So at least now we have this one that is at our disposal. It will be interesting to hear from the Executive Authority, the Minister, as to how they are planning to make sure that this investment is obviously on a continuous basis, ensuring that we realize value for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Some of my questions have already been asked. The area, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the tour. It really opened up our eyes. I think under the circumstances, the contractor really impressed me in the sense that I know there were tight deadlines, and compliments to the project manager, being a woman and an engineer. I think she managed quite well. The one area that I wanted to ask is that the savings. So the professional fees was 31 million, and the project came out at about 25.8 million. Is there then a checklist that you can say, now that we have this little bit of money, we can do A, B, C, D? Why I'm asking that is, the winter here in the Western Cape is really wet. And one would want to have some kind of cover at the entrance where we all come in, because we sometimes stand to come through security with SAPs. I know they normally have a tent, but coming into the dome, and then from the dome to the ablution blocks. I think that was one of the areas that I was saying. I know that was a cost containment measure that was taken away, but if there is any funding, would you be able to maybe do the covering for that? The other area, would you then have aircon available for the rest area? I think that was one of the other areas that I wanted to check. Then, Chairperson, on Monday, I think, as you know, being Constituency Day, there's only one flight from East London, and it gets in at about 5 o'clock. So I think I was going to suggest that we do a 7 to 8 or 6:30 to 7:30, because we are all traveling from all over the country to get back to Parliament. And a 4 or 5 hour is not going to allow us to visit. But by that time, if it is about 6:30, we would really be able to see how complete. If we had to go earlier, there might be some snag lists that they are finalizing, and we might get in the way. So my suggestion is that it's either from 7 to 8 or from 6:30 to 7:30. It shouldn't take us more than an hour, but at least we will all be in town by then. But otherwise, I'm impressed with the work that has been done from what we saw in the first place, and looking forward to our first session there on Tuesday. Thank you. And oh, Chairperson, I do believe, as I wanted to concur, that we should have Plan B just in case. We might have some very bad weather this weekend. I haven't looked at the weather, but there might be. You never know. Something might occur, that at least we do have Plan B. Thank you.
No, no, thanks, Chair. The point that I forgot to get a clarity on is the issue of the budget. We asked there, and DG said it's 25 million. Is it not going to be added? Is a preliminary one, or is just 25 million? But the STP also said is 25 plus 15. Now I'm hearing other numbers. Can we get a confirmation, maybe from both DG and from the STP, so we can have a clear understanding? We also, myself and the co-chair, we sit in the Chiefs Forum. Is a huge issue in terms of the budget. So if we are not clear as members of this committee, it's also going to cause confusion when we are trying to clarify other members in the Chiefs Forum. The issue of time, Chair, definitely not all of us we are going to make it. If I'm not there, Mandisa is there. So proposing to have that oversight at 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., it will be dark. Want to go and see while it's still not dark. So let us just agree, stick to 4 to 5, because even if all of us are there, if this member will be there, that member will be there, at least one message will be also communicated. I propose, Chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and greetings once again. I think the first thing that needs to be said is that what we saw today is a vast improvement on the previous dome, and I think subsequent comments to be made should not detract from welcoming the work that has happened and the potential in this newly constructed dome to serve Parliament until we are able to move back. I do think that it's a significant achievement. I've always had the view that when it comes to deadlines, although unlike other members, I'm not involved in construction, I always have a sense that whether it's the reconstruction of Parliament or the dome, that rather be quite open about deadlines, so that you act ourselves in a situation where actually, despite tremendous efforts that have been made, we really are not ready. So with that in mind, Chair, even in the presentation that was done, it's incorrectly, it actually says we are 90% ready. And I think that's an honest reflection on the fact that, but I think that what we need to see when we go back on Monday is a demonstration of the sound, the audio visual. How does the sound, given the generator issue, do we have clear audibility? Because it seems to me that up to now, Chair, we haven't actually tested. There hasn't been a physical test of how the sound and the audio compared to the sound of the generators is actually going to impact on the debate. So I'm proposing that when we go there at 5, we should have a full demonstration. And then and that leads me to the point that I think Honourable Neil May has referred to, that we do need a backup plan. I know it sounds pessimistic to ask for this, but I think we should just be realistic here. And for me, I don't actually think that a hybrid in the Good Hope Chamber is really a backup plan, because all of us as members, we've been pushing even to have the money spent on the dome because we want the physical space to have a full session and so on. So for me, Co-Chair, I think through you and in contact with the Speaker and with the Secretary to Parliament and the Chair of the National Council of Provinces, we should immediately after this meeting or during this meeting ask the officials of Parliament to look at whether the City Hall is available Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, any other venues. Because imagine if we get there at 5 on Monday and all of us are not happy with the sound, just as an example. Do you really think that we could then recommend that we have this important debate? So I think we do need to have the backup plan. Thirdly, and I'm moving towards the end, on the electricity, especially in terms of what colleagues have said, there is an agreement that this dome needs to be used beyond 2026, hopefully when we move in to Parliament, and I would say at least we need a plan until 2029. And if you are going to hire the place out, clearly having council or ESCOM provided electricity is going to be critical. People want, so I think we should give a deadline, Chair, possibly we should ask that within 2 months from now, we actually have a firm proposal in regard to utilization of the dome beyond, and also look at the possibility of cost recovery, some projections, so that we can also say to ourselves and the public that this is a state asset which is going to work for the state. We've spent 15 plus, because my understanding of the 15 is that that was the initial expenditure on let's call it version 1 of the dome, that we are going to try and recover money. So I formally propose that we look at that, because we need, I would argue, to spend a bit of money to get the electricity sorted, so that that noise issue, and those generators are the state's property. They can always be there for a backup in case we have something. And then finally, that road outside there, Commercial Street with the water, I'm not really sure where we're going to be by Monday, because if you look at it, it's open, there's piping there. It doesn't seem we'll be totally ready, but we at least should have a safety plan in place where it's covered, so that if we are ready to go, that is done. So I would, in conclusion, ask for support the 5 p.m., ask the co-chair to work with the Speaker and the National Council and the Chair and the STP and Mr. Kaso for a backup plan, so that we can make an assessment and advise. Thanks.
Thanks, honourable members. I think before I give to Samtanda, I'm not sure between you, STP, and Mr. Mutam, who's gonna assist us on the issue of the handing over, as been asked by Honourable Des. What was the understanding of the EA?
Thank you very
What
much.
is it that you have communicated? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach, and good morning to honorable members. I think Muloto would respond on what was on statement. I may not have a firm recollection around the handover last week, but maybe let me steal the moment, Chair, as part of responses to cover 2 issues. The first one raised by Honorable Clark around the need for us to quantify the costs of the diesel versus permanent connection by the city, and to avoid the noise of the diesel. Our project team of Parliament will work with our colleagues in Public Works to look at that, so that that quantification is done properly, and it will also be informed by our scheduling of meetings of the House. So in a given quarter, how many sittings are envisaged to take place in the Dome, so that there's a fair measure of accuracy about the running time of a diesel generator. So we will work on those so that we have a fair estimation, and our colleagues from Public Works will indicate what was the initial capital outlay for the city to put a conventional meter there, and what will be the cost realizable between the diesel and the running costs of electricity. The issue I wanted to raise on my side specifically, and my colleague DG Public Works will also reflect on the question of the budget. The point I made earlier on, honorable members, was not about the current 25. You will recall that in 2024, towards end of the year, the dome was brought to Cape Town and it was installed. So the cost at that time, we were asked to contribute 50%, same as this 25. So we did formalize that part, and I think the cost estimates were somewhere in the region of 13 to 15, and we made our contribution as Parliament. The second redoing of Dome, the upgrades now, the estimated contribution, members will recall that it was at 40 at some stage, and we were instructed to reduce. It was 31 finally, and now, as advised by our colleagues, it's 25 million. So we then made a contribution of 50% as well. So it was the context of saying there was that initial relocation setting up. Parliament made 50%. There is this upgrade now of 25. Parliament made 50% contribution. That was the context of the amounts. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, STP and co-chairperson. I think the context regarding the communication of the handover, it is perhaps the background is that as it has been articulated, is that this is a cost-sharing arrangement between the department and and Parliament. So the thrust of the message at that handover was that the DPWI, having done the portion that they're supposed to do, the significant work that members have witnessed this morning, they have reached a stage where they are ready to, through the minister, to hand over the infrastructure to Parliament through the Speaker, with a view that being a cost-sharing arrangement and Parliament also having a role to play in the further work to ready the dome for functionality. It is being handed over to Parliament so that Parliament can indeed begin with its work. And indeed, as we would have seen, the major work that has been done in terms of the broadcast infrastructure, and at a later stage during the course of the weekend, there will be branding that takes place and other matters. So essentially, it is to say that this is a work that Public Works has been doing. It has reached a significant milestone of where it is essentially ready to be handed over to Parliament so that Parliament can do its part. So that was the message, Honourable Chair.
Okay, like the Public Works is saying we are done. So now you can come in as Parliament to do whatever that you want to install inside the dome. That was the purpose.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that completely done, but the significant work has been done. They've reached a major milestone where it is the work it is ready for handover. So the other issues it might it's just a small remaining work that needs to be done, but it was ready for handover to Parliament, so Parliament can start with its own part of the work. And I think it was something that I must say it was transparent because the media was there, and the media that was present was everything was explained, and they were even taken on tour of the facilities.
The other part, I think, of the questions from Honorable Fanwell is to say, as a committee, we were maybe, I'm not sure, supposed to have been invited also, or as co-chairs, to say this the handing over of of the dome. So we are saying to the committee, we are not invited as a committee. It was only the EA. From our side, we are not invited. So we can't take that responsibility. Hence, we came up with our own exercise to say we want to play oversight to say what is it that was handed over to the executive authority. Unfortunately, they're not here. So we will not take responsibility of what has happened there. The media can show you the other side in the term.
Chair, what happened last of handing over the dome was really incorrect. And I think as a committee, we must raise our concern to the executive. Whatever that they were doing, they were misleading because if obviously even the public was not ready, no, the parliament was not ready. Let's just communicate to them. We are not happy how they did the handover. Whatever that they have done, they were misleading the people of South Africa.
That's
I really sympathize with the accounting officer's explanation. But I think that was a necessary expediency to do a handover of something that is incomplete. I mean, put aside this process of us as a committee not being involved. But to communicate, I mean, it was a big thing, handover of the dome. I mean, if I'm to be given an opportunity to account to the public now, I will definitely say what I handed over was incomplete. And that's very misleading. And I hope this is not, I so wish the executive was here, most especially the Minister of Public Works. This excitement of going to the media, trying to profile our department at the expense of reality on the ground is very, very dangerous. And I think as public representative, we should discourage this thing. Because truly speaking, that's the only thing that I can read out of this handover. Thank you, Chair.
sometimes there's questions left for you, other than this one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. Through you, co-chairs, if I may hand over to my director or Ms. Kolele to respond to the questions, please.
Did you?
Refrain from this word hand over, Chair, please.
Okay. Honorable Chair, honorable members, and the colleagues, greetings to everyone in the meeting. Chair, I'll just take all the questions, and then if there's something that DG wants to augment, then he can do later. In terms of the readiness on Monday, Chair, we can confirm that the team is working day and night shifts, and we have also notified the neighbors that will be work being done this weekend up until Monday evening. And we have been assisted by the Office of the Minister and the City of Cape Town in ensuring that we are allowed to work after hours. So we can confirm, Chairperson, that the dome will be ready by the time that the oversight is taking place on Monday afternoon. Then in terms of the question from Honorable Mkalipi regarding the parking and how many people are affected, I think that exercise we will do with Parliament, and then we will have discussions in terms of how we then provide for those people that are affected by the space that has been taken up by the dome. Then in terms of there was a question about the snag list. The reason, and this question was kind of coming from Honorable Clark and Honorable Doug Moore, the reason we had placed 90% on the presentation, the 10% is to allow for us to conclude all the snags that we have on site. And when we say 100% complete, we mean that the dome is ready for use. You can move in and there'll be no questions about the work that still needs to be done on site. Then there was an issue about the report. I think the STP has already dealt with that. There's a question about the date, and I think Siamtanda tried to explain on site on how the delays affected the program that we had for the 26th of January 2026. And some of the delays had something to do with us working over the shutdown period, the delivery of materials on site, as well as just the access and just the logistics around the site, because it is a residential and a business area. And I think our report tried to highlight that some of the delays that we had experienced were mitigated, and we had worked collaboratively with Parliament in order to deal with those delays to ensure that we are compliant. Then there was a question about the budget, and I think on the presentation, Chair, well, Siamtanda was presenting, we had a budget of 31 million, and the contractor came in at 25. As you would know, once we conclude the works up to 100% complete, we will be able to establish what the final cost of the project would be. And then we can consider some of the requests that we have received in order to make the dome a little bit more comfortable than it is. So at this point, we are not able to confirm if we will be able to do the canopies on the walkways between the bathroom facilities and the entrances, but we can consider once all the work has been 100% completed. Then in terms of I think the last question, Digi, was with regards to the dome beyond the completion of Parliament. I think Digi can talk to that. And the exercise about the permanent power, we will, as a team, just provide the information, because we did a feasibility study before we had done the rationalization of the scope, and we will just re-look at those figures and present that report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we really appreciate the questions that are raised. And I just want to maybe request that a formal final report that consolidates all the costs, because, Chair, what we are just talking about was what we did as Public Works in terms of infrastructure. There's no cost about cameras and those things, that they belong to Parliament. That is very important, so that we appreciate, even though we know that equipment is going to be transferred to the new structure, I think it's important for members to know that, how much it was. And I believe that should be made available. And also, I want to maybe agree with the concerns of the members about the premature maybe handing over or the communication thereof, that maybe it needs to be, would have been managed better. But I think the executive authority, obviously, when it comes here, will find a time to indicate in that respect. The issue of a transformer generator arrangement, where even Honorable Mkalipi raised the City of Cape Town, when you look into it, it's 4 million rand that we're going to disperse from public. And that asset does not belong to the state in the end. So at the time of consolidating this thing, we felt it's a very expensive thing. Rather, we go for generators, which we have already bought, and they belong to the state. We can actually reuse. So it's a matter of really engaging on that. But I think based on the understanding, some of you honorable members have been councillors, you know that the tariffs of municipalities are determined by council. So what they normally would do, they make a resolution that a connection of this magnitude costs so much money. So I think it's a matter of maybe engaging the city going forward to look at, one, the cost benefit, and also looking at a discount, because there's a possibility, if we put a case that is proper, it's actually is not like we are donating 4 million for actually 2 years, then they benefit, you know, although the site still belongs to the state afterwards in that respect. So I think we'll look into that and make sure that it's going to be done. And then the other part I wanted to raise, because the site belongs to the state, there was also a request from my office to the region, not necessarily the team here. If you look at that fence that we had before, it was very small. You might have seen that. For them to really fence off using a better, I would call it, they call it the clear view fence. It's far better. That one was very lighter, just to strengthen that, just that portion of the road, because it's actually hidden. So they've put that little fence, which I think for me it looks better, and it's actually making it much more safe, and also to also allow for evacuation purposes a proper way when the president or whoever or the speaker needs to escape, for lack of a better word, then there's a proper infrastructure that is there. I think that was one area that we want to indicate. And I think, Honorable Van Rooyen, the issue of the total, if you like, maintenance, the diesel and all that stuff will form part of the report, because I think we need to maintain the air handling units that we have by cleaning filters from time to time, and also servicing the generators, cleaning as well. I think it's one of also the areas that we need to appreciate. But I must indicate to the members of parliament that those covers that you saw that are black, we also have another pair that we bought. I think it's white. Yeah, so in other words, when we're taking those ones for washing or for dry cleaning, we'll have white ones that are going to be used in that respect. Other than that, honorable members, I just want to indicate to thank you that we take all the notes, and we believe that the team on Monday, if agreed as per the resolution by the chair and the committee, the team should be ready to come and actually demonstrate. I believe Simon will be able to showcase the sounds and all those things. But from my side, honorable members, I want to thank you very much for the tour and also allowing us an opportunity to present. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, DG. And I think honorable members have raised their questions, their frustrations. And the other thing that, oh, that's why they said it was a big, the cutting of ribbon. That's the one that members are saying, no, it was misleading. And sometimes I think some of the things, I used to tell people when I was in the municipality that this kind of document are the for public. Ne? Some of the things when you include them, just try to be smart on that. Like when you say 6 ablution facilities, people might think that you are talking about the 6. They will not say it's 6 containers. You understand? Whereby each container has got 5. So they will say, in Parliament, 6 ablution. You see, so try to maybe put it in a manner that even individual who is not a member of this committee, who have not been able to go to the site and see what are we talking about, to understand exactly what are we talking about, is 6 times 5, ablution facilities. So I just wanted to, so that sometimes, I guess we said we have turned again, so we are advising you because we are turned. Yeah, honorable members, I think we have raised the issues, and amongst other things is to say, DG, we hope that you will be able to take the message to the minister, and the STP will be able to take the message to the EA, and you yourself, and also Mr. Moloto, to say we anticipate, we are not saying this will happen. Everybody was saying, Cape Town. Everybody say, weather of the Cape Town. So that can come into our mind, the weather of Cape Town. And also, the issue of like if you don't have a shelter, next to the ablution facility, you can have just an umbrella. People standing there waiting for the members, just for that temporary. If it happened that we continue in the dome, so some yeah, agree, yeah, agree with Basadi. So we need to also be proactive on what is it that we can assist the situation. I agree we don't always criticize. You come with a solution on in case something happen. Sometimes people used to say we don't have to play in the public gallery just for the sake of you want to be. So at least if the public will also understand that we can come up with some solution to the issue. You understand? So I think we are done with the presentation. We'll see you sometime then the team, the DG, the DDG. Thanks very much for attendance and your presentation. I see Ritama. You see, that is why Minister is not here, because he knows that when you are here, you are in charge and you can do as you wish. So next time we are going to sit here until we finish with our meeting. So. Thanks very much, DG and the DDG, the project manager and the team for time during the presentation. You must know that the public, we are the one who's accountable to the public as Parliament, as a committee. Yourself, we will hold you accountable, including the minister and the EA, the STP. Thanks very much for that presentation. It's really assisting us to decide and to guide even the public whether we can continue or not on Tuesday. So let's meet on Tuesday at 5 o'clock. Sorry, Monday, my apologies. Say Monday, 5 o'clock. On the side. Again. So there, every member will be going the whole area. It's not about you are going to say this one. If Honorable Kalipi will go to the mic and say what to, yes, order. If Honorable Feni will go to the toilet and say it's not pulling, it's not okay. If Honorable Dagmore will go to the stage and say check 1 2 1 2 on the podium, it's not going to be what we did today. No, we want to satisfy ourselves. We'll be saying, honorable members, let's spread for 15 minutes, then we'll come back after 15 minutes to say,
And correct
when
wording,
you have
Chair.
done what you have
And
done.
correct wording is going to assist them so that whatever they are sending out is
Yes.
correctly worded.
Yes.
Please.
You understand? So Honorable Kalipi said we are not engineers. So we are going to make sure that whatever we want, is we are happy. Yes. Maybe we might even bring the wheelchairs if that place, the steep is wacky. So that we don't create a situation whereby when our member, go through that and fall, then we said, but you said it's wacky. So we will come with many things. Actually, we are the project. Thanks very much, DDG, and the team. Thank you very much. Let's break for 5 minutes, then we'll come back and deal with our own issues, honorable members. Yes, you are released. Oh, okay. What is Amana? Oh, okay. Members, I think there was a question that was raised, and then, and as the public works responded, they were saying that the STP or the Parliament is the one that has to respond on that. So, the ICT, is it a part of the ICT? Yes, the installation there. So we'll hand over to the Mr. Mashiro.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair and honourable members. We submitted the document last week on the 6th, and it gave the status as at that date. And this is the latest status. But I think what is important in terms of context is to understand that for every sitting in a plenary session, we spend 1 million rands for as long as we are not conducting a hybrid meeting arrangement. If we are at the City Hall, City ICC, on ICT, or audiovisual equipment, we spend 1 million rands a day. So if we have about 40 plenaries or joint sittings combined, 40 million, and that's the money that goes to external service providers or private vendors. But also that we don't have certainty in terms of venues. So we can't install our equipment at the City Hall and have an assurance of usage of that equipment, because sometimes the venue is used by other people or may not be available. Same at Century City or any other venue. So the question is that can we have control on the Parliament's assets, and that we have assurity and predictability that we can have access to all that equipment as required. So those are the issues that we considered. And therefore we opted to purchase the equipment. So in respect of the broadcasting equipment, we have a fiber link between the dome and the Parliament control room. And as Samtanda indicated, that it supplies the feed from the dome to Parliament control room, and then also it links interpretation booths and the sign language studio. So all those are integrated so that we manage the proceedings of Parliament accordingly. So we have 10 cameras that have been installed, which will give us coverage of the entire dome on the proceedings. And in the background, we have servers that are driving those cameras, which is the brain of the broadcasting equipment. Those have been installed, and now what is outstanding is the programming of all those servers. We had to wait for DPWI to give us the power, and the whole reliable power was given to us yesterday, and our vendors or service providers managed to now start the programming of those servers. So testing and commissioning will happen from tomorrow, and we confirm that by Monday we should be in a position to have broadcasting feed from the dome. Another component of the system is the audio-visual equipment. So that will be your screen, your microphones or delegate microphone, and all the supporting equipment on the site, the server at the back that you saw, and then also within the chamber itself, we have little kiosks, and those, like this kiosk, those are like neurons where the signal that comes from the microphones, from sound system, all get collected, and they get back to the back-end equipment, which is the server, to integrate the sound and then send it to the interpretation booths. And of course, the translators will also send the signal back to the chamber. So with that system, plus the sound system at the back, which we will see on Monday once we are ready as a control system, all installations have been made, and the only thing that is outstanding is now the programming of the microphones and the actual commissioning. So we have programmers that are going to be flown from Joburg to complete this work, because it's a specialist job that needs to be done. So this gives you a perspective of what we're talking about. The top left screen is the server room that you saw, and we had to put all electrical works associated with that. And this is top right part of the servers that we installed. At the bottom, the server room that DPWI built the shell, and we had to do the flooring, the suspended flooring. We had to do gas suppression system in the server room, and also temperature control, which the HVAC system. The control room, again, it's the one that is on the right. So the bottom right picture shows you all the cameras are going to be controlled from that platform. So if a member raises an objection or raises a point of order, someone has to find that particular member with a camera. So the reason that we have 10 cameras on the floor, on the chamber, is to allow us that flexibility to be able to pick every proceeding that is happening within the chamber. Apart from live broadcast or feed, some of the cameras will be recording. So if the chairperson or the speaker or anybody may want to go to previous recordings, that will be in the service. And that's why we have those 10 cameras that are assisting us. These are the switches and the patches that are on the floor. So the server is not the only back-end equipment. These actually assist in terms of getting the signals from the screen. Some of them are getting signals from the microphones themselves, and as indicated, feed to the server room and then to the control room in Parliament. You must have seen the screen, and we were testing the screen yesterday, and this is some of the picture that you get out of that, but the full details will be seen on Monday. We try to find more decent speakers and the amplifiers to manage the sound system, and we're only going to test them tomorrow and get a sense of the quality of the sound that we're going to receive against the background noise as members indicated. From a cost point of view, the contract sum is 68 million for the entire equipment, including all the cables that are under the floor. It's not all the equipment that you see. There are fiber cables that are running under the floor, and then the fiber that is running to the precinct. And of course, because we're dealing with specialist type of installation, we had to bring in sound engineers, electronic engineers from Joburg, and all that accounts for 68.3 million. And I think we need to put it in context that it's a decision that we made to say, instead of paying 1 million a day, which possibly could be about 45 million in a year, the logic was that we bring the investment that we're going to make on the National Assembly and the Old Assembly forward, so that we have that early investment and derive a benefit of immediate use of the equipment and avoid paying higher of broadcasting equipment from external vendors. And of course, that will assist us in terms of having ATEC stock for other committees. For example, there are committee rooms that actually do not have adequate delegate systems. So any other additional equipment, they're going to find good use in terms of future engagement in Parliament. So we had a clear thinking around that, and we know each and every equipment where it is going to be installed for going forward in terms of the business of Parliament. So when we discuss about the costing, we do not regard this as a cost for the dome. We call it an early investment with a view that we're going to use the equipment in the buildings of Parliament. And that's the context that we wanted to give. And the recommendation is for members to note the progress on the AV and broadcasting, and just to assure members that the equipment will be working on Monday. The engineers have been dealing with all the glitches, despite the delays that we experienced, because the other work was not ready, but they managed to accelerate and fast-track the work, and we confirm that it will be functional by Monday. Thanks, Chair. I think I'll end at that level.
Honourable members, I'm not sure. Honourable members, do we note or do we approve? We note. We note. Mm-hmm. You know why I'm asking this? Because as he was presenting, he said there was a view of the renting of the system. Then you opted for buying. So you already bought that. So I'm throwing this to you so that you must know that the Parliament have already bought the system to the amount of 68 million. It should not, when it goes out to the media, you said you didn't know. So they are presenting it to us now to say the Parliament is now owning owning the system, which is already bought, of which we are appreciating it, and STP, because sometimes when we are in these kind of meetings, members, they don't ask, when you go out and you ask, you said, no, I didn't know about this matter. Yes, I'm sitting in the meeting, it was never mentioned. So that is why I'm saying, yes, we note the report as it's been indicated. And our desk, Mam Kalipi and Kens.
Chair, I think from this sense of saving and long-term investment, the approach is highly appreciated. I mean, if you have to save 45 million per annum, and you have this long-term investment. But now what I wanted to, because the details of durability and what are additional costs that goes with the system, maybe licensing, blah, 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 if there are any, but also the breakdown of the 68, because from an accountability point of view, we need to know what goes into this 60. So as if people start making noise about it, we are able to account appropriately. Thank you.
I'm partially covered, Chair, from Honorable Des. I wanted to raise the issue of the breakdown for transparency issues. And also just to check, I had a briefly discussion with the Unopala when we were there, which this system is going to be taken to the Parliament once it's done. So I think we are saving a lot if that is the case. So now, if that is the case, the public works are saying that they are going to use the dome for future. We're going to get a wedding there. We're going to marry there. So what is the arrangement now? If you are going to take, Parliament is going to take our system to install in a new Parliament. So are you going to also to engage with the public works? Remember the issue that I raised before, that public works said 25 million, STP said no, as Parliament we also have contributed to the 25 million. In fact, it's 40 million. So those issues are cleared between Parliament and the DPW. Thanks.
Progressive. Oh, ouch. I will. Yo. Yes.
Thanks, Co-Chair. I also welcome the report. Just two issues. If we have heard that the integration, and possibly we can just go back a few slides, that challenge of there we are, 20% program and integration of, I know this is not about the dome, this is a purchase, but clearly you are getting the system ready. So that programming and integration of server screen microphones and then the AV testing and commission, which is currently at 20%, just wanted to check whether this is being done tomorrow, if I heard correctly. And then my other issue at the broader level, I mean, this investment, obviously technology improves and changes all the time. So the system that has been bought, will it basically be in a position to serve Parliament until 2029? I mean, what is the estimated number of years service that we will get from the system? Thanks.
Sorry, my question is, did you include the interpreters? Because it's one of the matters that was raised there on the interpreters. Whether can they be accommodated on the process? Thanks.
If I can just start, Co-Chair, thank you very much for the areas of clarification. Indeed, the report is for noting. And members may recall that for the greater part of last year, we spent a lot of time on the pros and cons of investing on the dome. And part of the final decision that we should invest, we did work out the cost drivers of the broadcasting. We were also asked to look at what will it cost to hire, what will it cost to purchase, and we brought it to the committee. Finally, the cost of purchase will be, if we continue to hire for each and every committee room or sittings, this will be the cost. So it was then rationalized that in fact buying it will be the best option. And because it is mobile, it will be easy to use it even in the new building. So that's the context of the 68 million. And that money is a part of the rebuild program in terms of that investment. It is an asset of Parliament. So we will provide the breakdown of the 68, what is contained there. Around the issue of the interpreters, Chairperson, you would see at the back there is interpretation booths where they were busy building. And members did say that we need to bring full capacity of interpreters. We have recently appointed a number of interpreters as language practitioners and so on. And I will formally communicate to all committees how many numbers for which language and so on. So we would not be under pressure for capacity to do the interpretation services in the booths. The second part, which maybe Sai will indicate, members will see that there were already cameras in the dome. Those cameras, some of them is cameras we saved from the post-fire incidents. There were cameras that for safety we collected and we kept them. And they were tested and they are in a useful condition. Now, the project manager was sharing with me last week, Friday, to say the cost of this camera, if you buy it now, it's 2 million. Just one camera, 2 million, if you buy it. So what service provider do, if you hire them, they transfer that cost to you every time you hire. But look at what we have done now, because it was already bought by Parliament and it was not damaged, it's now in reuse. So the same would happen in the context of this equipment. It will be usable. And when we do the model of utilizing the dome after we finish rebuilding, we will be able to factor these costs so that when a person hires the dome, it will indicate full dressed up, including cameras, this is the cost of hire. If people don't want it, because we will then be in a position through modeling to recoup the costs that we shall have invested. So we do believe that this is the best option to buy the equipment and use it for future use in the new building and the dome. If I've missed something, Sai, please indicate.
Thanks, SDP. Honorable Van Rijn asked about other costs, and indeed licensing fee, costs are included in that, including training as well, and there's also a 12 months support in terms of the maintenance of the system. Part of that is not the cost of the equipment as well. There's the design by the specialists. They put those designs as a design and build contract, and they also had to install. So the installation costs by those specialists, including the programming, is part of that cost. And then we will provide the cost breakdown. There's a question about what happens if Public Works hires out the venues. What we indicated was that during recess, for as long as we are still rebuilding, the dome will be available to be hired out for conferences. But when the National Assembly is ready and that we do not have any future use of the dome can still be hired out, but then the equipment can be salvaged or removed from the dome and installed in the National Assembly and other committee rooms. And for the events that are going to be hosted by Public Works, it can be based on hired equipment and customized according to the need. For example, if there's a wedding, you don't need microphones. If there's a conference, you can still get that particular person to hire them for that specific event. So it gives you flexibility. But indeed, the key issue is that we're going to salvage that equipment and use them in Parliament's building for future. The issue of integration, I think the point is that with the 20% that we're indicating, it is to give a fair and accurate reflection of where we are. And the specialists are going to be flown in today, and that's the work that they're going to be doing from tomorrow. And that will be prepare us to be ready by Monday. It's an iterative process, and that's why we have allowed it to be done at the end, and the 2 days that we have between tomorrow and Sunday should be adequate for this process to be completed. The durability of the equipment and also whether it's the latest technology. We engaged with Bosch. There was a phase of the microphones that was going to be phased out, or the type of microphones that were going to be phased out, and we delayed our purchase based on that life cycle. So they brought in the latest equipment. It's a technology that came out this year. So we delayed the shipment based on the fact that we wanted to get the latest technology. And in terms of licensing, it will be licensing for 5 years, but then the use of the equipment, the microphones can last as long as 10 years. And the cameras, these Ikigame cameras, they can actually go up to 50 years for as long as you manage them carefully and that you're not bumping them. The only thing that you may have to change after 20 years are the lenses. So the technology itself is durable, and it's obviously the latest technology in the market to take us for another foreseeable years. I think that covers it, STP, on the questions.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mashiro and the STP. Back to our agenda items, honorable members. The consideration and adoption of the committee report on Parliament's performance in the 2024-2025 financial year. STP? You want to leave? Who's going to read up this? What? But unless if I don't understand this, these items obviously must be reported by the EA. So they are not here, and obviously the STP says I cannot present something that is not mine. That's why he wants to leave. I can see that your eyes are all over. So
Through you, Chairperson, my apology on that. I was laboring under the impression that the committee will be alone to adopt its minutes. So that's why I was saying we are leaving, because now it's your items.
Yes, okay.
We did present with the EA at that time, but the minutes needed to be considered. So it's not to run away, but I thought it's a committee.
Not run away in that sense, STP. Anyway, it's fine. Let me allow you to leave STP. Then we will handle this matter because we have the secretary here. At least will be advised. So thanks very much for your contributions. That means your item for the one that you just presented, I just sneaked in on, on my agenda. No, it's fine. Thanks very much, STP and your team. Then we can continue with our items here. You are released. Thank you.
Chair. Sorry, Chair. Chair,
Yes.
can I just have some clarity? I thought that today's meeting was only to look at the dome and to do the minutes. If I can remember, that was what today was about, and hence the executive, the speaker is not here. So I'd like to go back to the point that today's meeting was to inspect the dome and to do the minutes.
Co-chair?
Colleagues, and members, can I just indicate that in terms of this, where we are now, 10:30 committee business, right? We've all got this in front of us. My understanding is that in regard to the consideration and adoption of our report, that we've dealt with that. We've actually dealt with that issue. If I'm not mistaken, it's just simply a question of adopting that. So it's not like we need the EAs here, number one. Secondly, the minutes are the minutes. I don't think there's any reason why we can't deal with those very quickly. And that in regard to the committee program, there has been a committee program already shared with members. I think the only date that our chair, Honourable Ndlovu, is needing to resolve was the issue when we would deal with the issue of remuneration, which is actually linked to that issue of correspondence. So I'm sure that in regard to that, our co-chair can indicate the two possible dates when that issue will be discussed. So my view is that if we work with each other here, we can conclude this meeting in 15 minutes. There's actually, it's really, it's just sort of almost committee business that we're wrapping up here.
Yeah, thanks, Co-chair. Honourable members, I just request that the item of the report we refer back, then we deal with the minutes and as the second item, so that we can be able to, yes, I just request your indulgence on the referring back of the report, then we deal with the minutes and the correspondence. Thank you. Can we go to the minutes, on the members? There is. No. We are referring it back. There is a minutes of the 14th of October. Honourable members, can we check the page 1 if there's a correction? Page 2. The bioscope. You don't have it there. Oh, you didn't carry. Sorry, ma'am. Can. Okay, I thought you have them on your phones. Eh? Hey. It's okay. My table is not organized, serious. But anyway, we have sent out in the minutes, honourable members, to you, and I thought that you have your own emails on your phone. So if now is something else, then It's a problem to me. Yeah? Iqhubeka ne? Ronald, Des, are you fine? It's fine. Okay. The minutes of the 14th October. The one is the consideration and adoption of the committee minutes report on committees. I think it's the one of the presentation because there was. I don't know, Cindy, what was the agenda there?
Just adoption of minutes.
Yes. On that day, we were adopting the minutes of the report of the of September. There was September, that is 1.9, and the 12th September and the 9th of September. That was the. So can I check any mover for the adoption of the minutes of the 14 October 2025? Honorable Mayor? Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
In favour?
I move that we adopt the minutes of the 14th of October. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Another minutes is of the 30th of October, whereby there's a briefing by the AG of South Africa and the Parliament of South Africa on the institution's performance in 2024-2025, and briefing by the STP on certain outstanding issues emanating from previous meetings of the Standing Committee. Honourable members, these are the minutes that we are saying, the briefing by the Auditor General and the Parliament on the institution's performance in 2024-2025, and also the briefing by the STP on certain outstanding issues emanating from the previous meetings of the committee. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 8, I see the financial report on the reconstruction project. Page 9, financial report, exit gratuity for accounting officer. Financial report, compensation of employees. Page 10, financial report, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, fruitland CPA payment. Page 11, irregular expenditure, BRIC summit. Page 12, financial performance, 21 million return to the NRF. Page 13, page 14. That is the minutes of the 30th of October as being presented. Can I get the mover and the seconder for the acceptance?
Chair, can we move for the acceptance of the minutes, and noting that in your closing remarks, in a co-chair's closing remarks, that we make a commitment to follow up on matters highlighted by the AG SA. Thank you.
Okay. Mm. Okay. Makasini? All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to check that I don't want to be dealt with by the technicality. I know Mkalipi is gonna deal with me, especially on those who attended. You know, when you are not in the meeting, you cannot adopt. So I'm trying to check that part. Yes. So at least Honorable Mayor and Honorable Makasini seconded. Thank you. You were part of the meeting. On the 6th of November, um, progress report on the reconstruction of building destroyed in the 2022 fire and related matters. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. I think that was even the meeting that took the resolution of my co-chair, Doug Moore, that should the Honorable Kanyani not available, then the automatically co-chair be. There's no need for us to continue, putting the matter on the agenda. Page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, 16, 17, 18. That is the minutes of the meeting, the committee meeting of the 6th of November, 2025.
Chair, being present at that meeting and having received the reports, I move that we accept the minutes as read.
Okay. There's a mover. What about this? There's second. Yes. Thank you. And members, thanks very much. That is the minutes of the 6th of November. I think the next item is on the yes, the committee program. Are you gonna come in? Yes.
Good afternoon, members. Again, the program, the committee's proposed program for the first term, was circulated to members earlier in the month. So we've now completed the site visit, and we will do a follow-up on the 16th of February on Monday. The item that Mr. Dugmore discussed earlier was the meeting of the 25th of February that May and Lovo we will come back to you regarding if that is going to continue or if an alternative date has been found. Our next meeting after the meeting on the remuneration of the secretary will be on Friday, 13 March. We will be receiving a briefing on Parliament's performance in the second and third quarters, including the mid-year performance for 25-26, as well as a briefing by the Speaker and the Chairperson on progress made in discussions with the Minister of Finance around a more appropriate funding or budget for Parliament. Then our next meeting after that, and our last one for the term, will be on 27 March 2026 from 8:30 until 1. That will be our second site visit to inspect progress made in the rebuilding of Parliament. Thank you, members.
I think that is for noting. Yes.
Chair, thank you very much. I think the program in one way is linked to the last item before closing remarks, which is consideration of committee correspondence. I think we're all aware that there was a letter written to the co-chairs from Mr. Mikalakis concerning issues related to the remuneration of the STP. And I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, that the response of the co-chairs, Honourable Ndlovu and Honourable Lechanyane, to Mr. Mikalakis, indicating that the letter had been received and that there was a process to program this discussion in February. I think everyone has seen a copy of that. So when the committee secretary now indicated the one date that I know had been identified to deal with this matter, because I think all of us want to deal with this matter, discuss it and resolve it and move on, was a proposal around the 25th of March. The only issue there is that, as colleagues know, it's budget day, and I know the proposal initially was to have it, after the budget. So I'm appealing now, and I'm in my role as acting co-chair, if myself and the co-chair could just have a day or two to confirm either the 25th, which would be after the budget. There has also been another issue raised that one of the provinces has a state of the province address on the 25th. I must admit, and I've expressed this view to the co-chair, that I don't think it's correct that a province, in this case the Western Cape, has a state of the province address on the same day as the budget. But that is an issue. I'm not suggesting we resolve that now. So another date potentially for this meeting on the remuneration issue could be the Friday, which I think is the 27th. But my request is that if the members could just allow myself as the acting co-chair and the co-chair to resolve either the 25th or the 27th and come back to you, and then also check that the speaker and everyone else who's needed for this meeting would be available. So, co-chair, that was my suggestion in regard to the item of committee correspondence and then the program. Thanks.
No, members, I think we don't have a problem of continuing the meeting on that day. The only thing is looking at also the attendance of the members, because this one raised this one. The issue of quorum is very key to the committee because it might frustrate us, and also looking at the date of the another date of the meeting. But as the co-chair is indicating, we already committed on the 25th, and let's see there are two dates there, but we believe that I think the difference is only 2 days. Yes, so We will make sure that there's a proper communication to your good self as the committee members, with due respect, and we believe that this matter is very serious and we must come to um, to make sure that it has been finalized. It has come to a finality, because it's been dragging and dragging, and especially when you talk of an individual, it's something that is totally not acceptable. Let's be seen dealing with this matter once and for all. And please, with due respect, understand members, they will be able to want to pronounce on the matter, but just sometimes there are situations that will not assist us. We just want to plead with you to say these are the 2 days, and the one of the day one is the one of the budget, and we will also look at that. We will not have a problem if we continue on that day. The last one is the 27th. So that's it. I see Honorable Kalipi.
Yeah, Chair. No, we will give you a space to deal with the matter, but we strongly recommend this meeting to take place immediately after the budget. The budget only lasts 1 hour. I know some political leaders has to go and do the what do you call, talk to the media, interviews. But we can say that immediately after the budget speech, let us meet. Maybe we give 30 minutes, because I agree with you, Chair, correctly. We need to deal with this matter now. It has been dragging for a longest time, and we also have questions that needs to be answered as well as to deal with the dignity of the SCTP. I'm sure it's also affecting him directly. Now, he must come and clean himself in front of this committee, because what is happening is just that we all look him in that certain way to say this man have committed crime. So we can't afford to delay this matter again. So I'll appeal to co-chairs not to look on Fridays. Fridays, I know, is a working day. We agree, but sometimes it's challenge. As myself and Mkaya, we are going to Durban as we speak. 3 o'clock, we are flying off. So Friday, although it's a working day, Chair, but it seems as if the quorum is also a challenge. But we trust you there in the table that you are going to finalize this matter. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, that brings us to just wait. Yes, Cindy is disturbing me on the other side. Thank you very much, honourable members. I know that not all of us, we didn't expect to finish our meeting this time, but at least we have done justice to the items on the agenda, and then especially on the issue of the oversight on the dome, in preparation for the debate of the SONA. And we hope that, as all of us, we have agreed that we're going to meet at 5 o'clock. Yes, we'll look at, 5 o'clock at the site there. So please, let's make sure, as Honorable Mkalipi was indicating, if you are not there, just indicate. It's not something that you are going to need a quorum. No, it's not about a quorum. We're going there, and whoever is there at the time, then we'll continue. Thanks very much. The meeting stand adjourned.